Eepy in the key. Here he is, it's Mookie. We're all together, Ookie, the Adams family. Glitty, glitty. Together, Stevie, all together, the Adams family. Glitty. Huh. Let's see.
Well, to anybody that joins, Steam is inaccessible. I literally can't sign into it, so unfortunate. But we got plenty of itch.io games to play. And get ready, chat. Reanimal comes out in 2 days. I'm gonna cop it.
The creepy and the spooky, mysterious and loopy. We're all together spooky. The Adams family. Doodly-doo, pss, pss, doodly-doo, pss, pss, doodly-doo, doodly-doo, doodly-doo. The and the gooky, the giddiest and dopey. All together blokey, got the family. Doodly-doo. Doodly-doo, doodly-doo, doodly-doo.
What the fuck? Awesome. Interesting. Tell me welcome. I am here. Nobody else is at the moment. I just went live 10 minutes ago. I'm just messing around with Katie a little bit. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I'm not able to log into Steam. I'm a little bit frustrated. There's some down servers for like authenticating your user account, so I can't sign into my other Steam account. So I'm just tinkering. Yep, it just says loading user data never ends. And there's like a shit ton of reports right now on the down website or whatever I forget what it's called, but it allows you to see websites that are getting user reports for not working properly. So I'll show you what it does. No, I mean it doesn't matter. It's not an issue with the app. Like the app is installed, but it literally will not let me sign in. The only way to get around it is to set it to launch offline, which I'm not gonna do. I don't feel like editing the stuff to get it to work. I think it'll come back anytime, but it's the first time I've ever seen it happen and take this long. Like I've had it get stuck before on loading user data, never for an hour straight where it wouldn't log in. Oh, there it goes.
Let's go. It's about damn time.
Fuck yeah, dude. And I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it, my friend. I'm doing all right, man. How are you? Nice to see you, Ion. Yep. Somebody is here, in fact. Man, it came back just in time. Just in time. I was about to try the flat pack, and then I realized that, oh, it's just the website's down. Or the authenticator site. As far as what we're going to be doing today, there are some itch.io games that I downloaded that I think will be fun to explore. Played through a couple yesterday that were actually really good. What distro do I use? Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll show you my fast fetch. That way you can have a more detailed, expressive answer. Anyway, so I use Arch most of the time on my main drive. That's what I always have installed. I have another SSD though that I test other distros on. So recently I've been messing with some Ubuntu-based distros like Pop 2404 just got a big update that fixed a lot of the issues, and I loved it. But guess what? Pop has a memory leak issue with Cosmic. I kid you not. I looked because my computer locked up, and by the way, it crashed yesterday because it ran out of memory. I have 16 gigs of memory, and then I had a 16 gig ZRAM set up, and then a 4 gigabyte actual swap file, an encrypted one that Pop OS auto sets up. Right now in Arch, I've just got the default 8 gigabyte ZRAM set up, more than enough, so I'm not going to mess with it. But you can configure that to make it bigger if you want to. It's pretty easy. But with that being said, let's just look. Swap used 0%, 8 megabytes, and I have usable 7.71 gigabytes and then 16 gig system memory. Pop OS was using 14 gigabytes of my 15.4 system memory and 19.3 gigabytes of swap. The only way to fix it is to reboot. Absolutely fucking broken. Yes, it was using all of my system memory and all of my swap. And I started doing a little bit of research. I was like, this ain't right. Like, what the fuck is happening here? I thought it was the game I was playing had a memory leak. No, it's Cosmic. Cosmic Comp, the process alone was using 5 gigs. I took a screenshot of it. Let me see if I can find it. And the other one happened live on stream the other day. So basically, I went to bed yesterday and I left my computer on. I woke up and Cosmic had totally reset itself because it crashed. So basically, it just uses more and more and more and more memory until it crashes. Or forces you to restart your computer. Let me see, is this it? This one is one of the instances. 14 gigabytes of memory. By the way, nothing running but desktop, Steam, and my browser. 15.3 gigabytes of ZRAM used. 14 gigabytes of system memory. And look at this, Cosmic Comp alone, 4.9 gigabytes. That compositor is supposed to use a couple hundred megabytes, and it just keeps building and building and building. It's awful. And the CPU usage, like I looked at Arch earlier, I was using like no CPU. I was using like 2 gigabytes of RAM without my apps open. Whereas in Cosmic, even with all my apps closed, and I tested this, I was still using like 10 gigs of system memory. So I don't know when they're going to fix that. I really hope they do, because it is unusable. I don't have, like, there's a way to fix it where if you want to, you can like disable the swap solution and then re-enable it, and what it'll do is flush back to system memory. But it's not clearing itself because it can't, because Cosmic has a memory leak and it keeps building and building. So it can't clear something that's constantly growing, right? Fortunately, that doesn't happen in Arch, but pretty funny. Remember when LTT8? Yes, I do. I absolutely remember that. Aaron, welcome. That was to this very day I still hear about that. That's the funny part. What a first impression. But yeah, in Arch with Steam, Desktop, Heroic, OBS, I'm streaming. I've got my web browser with like 4 tabs opening. 6 gigs of system memory, 8 megabytes of swap. No memory leaks, nothing weird. Working great. I haven't used EndeavourOS, the catchy kernel. Well, I mean, it's a Pop! OS specific thing. So, I mean, some people don't have it, some people do. It's got something to do with Cosmic. Doesn't really have anything to do with the baseline OS as much. This was an issue that was in Epoch 7 that was supposed to have been fixed, and then it didn't. Did you check how much your Steam library is worth in money? I have not. I'm sure it's worth a fuck ton, though. I have a ridiculous amount of games. Let's just group it by library. Yeah, I didn't even know you could value your Steam library. I had no idea. I've been building up that puppy for 10 years. Somewhere in settings? Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. I am going to test a couple things real quick. I'm interested to see, because one thing that was broken in Cosmic for me was... oh, I didn't have that. Okay, hold on. CD, home, no viewers, fish. You son of a bitch. Clear list, sudo nano config.fish. Come over here, and I'm going to add this NVIDIA SMI. So we're going to set another alias. Alias WS equals, in quotations, watch NVIDIA SMI. There we go. Clear fast fetch WS. Okay, this will be interesting to see. The Optimus switching is not totally functional in POP. So does Noida. Noida should launch on the proper GPU. Sure thing, Dummy. I actually believe that this will launch in a windowed mode, so we'll see. Welcome back. Welcome back. Don't worry, guys. Once it builds the prefix, it will load. It only takes forever. I very much so look forward to getting my new computer in a few weeks. Very much so. Yeah. It will be quite the upgrade from this. Let's put it that way. Does Noida launch on the right GPU? Don't look like it, but does it run? Dude, I can't believe they actually just broke Heroic with the last update. It's so aggravating. Buy a new PC in this economy. Only PC hardware that are affected where I live, and I live in Southern America, is not pre-built and not laptops. So it's specifically if you want to build a computer, that's where you get fucked. You can still buy pre-builts. Like I could get a pre-built computer right now, $900 of cyber power with a 5060 desktop GPU in it, 6-core 12-thread Ryzen 5 8400F, 16 gigs DDR5, 1 TB PCI Gen 4 NVMe, nice case, mini fans for like $900. There's two laptops I'm looking at, one with a 5058 gig and one with a 5060. Both of those are right around $1,000. If you tried to spec out that same computer with individual components, it would cost at least $400 more because of the memory. But pre-builts haven't been hit by the price hike yet, and neither have laptops. So, fortunately, very lucky in that way. Yep, they definitely are. Pre-built and the entry-level gaming, like the 5060 tier, 5050 type gaming laptops, and then the same with the pre-builts are like the affordable ones right now. And the thing with CyberPower is they use off-the-shelf components, right? So it's the same stuff that you would buy and put in a computer. It just, they've already shipped it to the store. It's just sitting there waiting to be bought, so it hasn't risen in price yet. This is still not running on the right GPU, but I don't guess it matters. I have never played Teardown, no, but I've always wanted to. The thing that's holding me back from playing it is I just don't have a computer that I think can handle that game. Yet. Okay. Yeah, so Heroic literally just, they broke it. I'll kind of explain to you guys what I mean. Before, if you went to settings, you could go to game defaults, other. There used to be an option here to run on dedicated GPU. So that would tell the application, oh, this guy has an NVIDIA GPU. We need to run the game on that. Well, they removed that in the latest update. So now, the thing still to this very day, I have to run through Lutris because Lutris does have that option. Nope. I mean, it does with a lot of games, but not all of them. In Lutris, you just go to preferences and it's right here in global options. But for instance, Noida was running at doo-doo balls frame rate because it's not launching on the NVIDIA GPU, as you can see here. No, I mean, it's supposed to, but it doesn't. It doesn't work. I tested Resident Evil 2 and 3. They also launched on the Intel i GPU. Resident Evil 1, for some reason, launches on the right GPU, but not Noida, not these games. All the itch.io games that I run do. And, I mean, surely it is a bug. They removed the feature. I would expect it to function, but it's happened in every distro I've tested it on, so it's weird. Yeah, very true, Frank. Absolutely. So criminal. Well, that's what I'm getting to, guys. There's a way to fix it. And I'll show you how. It's in here somewhere. So there is a command or environment variable that you can add that makes it work. And it does work automatically for most games. Well, proprietary drivers are dead for anything that is 10 series and below. Last update they got was 580 proprietary. Now 16 series and 20 series and up are open kernel module. So you want to keep the proprietary driver, you quite literally have to downgrade to it. And Arch Linux, you have to access it to the AUR. You put this here in the environment variable, what it should automatically just work on the right GPU. And see, I specifically use 590 open kernel module, works beautifully. I have no issues with it whatsoever. There we go. It is now running on the proper GPU, as stated. Endeavor is pretty smooth. Oh, Endeavor is just vanilla Arch with a couple of extra applications. Yeah, it's a great distro. One of my favorites. I love Endeavor. I just prefer Vanilla Arch at this point, you know? And if we launch this, I do believe this will also launch in the same one. Secure boot, I leave secure boot off. I never turn it on. I fucking hate secure boot. Yes, well, Aaron, when you create a Ventoy drive, there's an option to have secure boot support. But you have to like tick it on in the options. It's on automatically for me, and I always turn it off because I don't need it. But secure boot in NVIDIA drivers has always been a little wonky. I just use the DD command to make my bootable drives now. There you go. Resident Evil EXE, perfection, working flawlessly. Okay, but yes, in the instance, you guys are right for certain things. No, absolutely no problem. I'll show you an example of where heroic actually does work properly. So I come over here to my new itch.io. We'll just select something. Corpse Ocean. Why not? That sounds like a fun time. Let's open in a new tab. Open in a new tab. Backups. itch.io, and then we'll come over here to our heroic folder. itch.io Windows, because it's a Windows game. So we will extract here. It's done. We're going to put this in our folder because I like to just keep my stuff organized. Corpse Ocean. Move. If I add game, Corpse Ocean, Windows. Come over here, itch.io, Windows, Corpse Ocean.exe, finish. The new Steam hardware looks pretty cool, honestly. But no, Aaron, Endeavor's really, really amazing. Trust me. I totally agree. I just prefer Vanilla Arch because I set it up a specific way, but Endeavor's literally as close to Vanilla Arch as you can get. So this will be itch.io Windows. Oh yeah, the GameCube looks cool. Well, it is in the shape of a cube, yes. Corpse Ocean, see? So when I import games, they run automatically on the right GPU. It seems like Heroic detects the engine of the game and then decides which GPU to run it on. Oh, my back. Oh, there's some shit going down in here. Yeah, but like the main component of all of this is the Gabe Cube, right? Like, yeah, the VR headset has its audience. The controller's coming with every Gabe Cube, but like the big thing that's going to be the thing that most people are buying, that's going to be in store shelves and it's going to be super easily accessible, is the Gabe Cube. You know what I mean? Jacob, nice to see you, man. I absolutely do remember you. And that is awesome to hear. It is wonderful to see you, man. You don't have to answer that, Jacob. uh, Unless you want to, in which case, you know, shit. All right. He works. What's the company from Chaos Head Noah? That's a pretty insane company. What are you playing tonight? And that awesome, dude. That's been a dream of mine, man, to get a job like that for so long. It's so difficult to get into that where I live, though. I live in like the middle of nowhere. So I was like, well, I'll just help people with Linux then. You know, give back where I can. And as far as what I'm playing, I don't know what the fuck this is. It's called a Corpse Ocean. Locate organic material, scan for retrieval, and return. Oh, we're driving. Open street maps? Yes, I am familiar. What? Q to dive, E to surface. Okay. No, that's a good point, Jacob. Good point. Props to you for trying, man. I hope it works out for you. I think it's going to be awesome. Great way to provide for yourself. I'm just glad Steam came back, man. I was like for hours I couldn't access it. Like at least, maybe not hours, but like an hour or two. Oh, yeah, I guess I'm supposed to do that. There we go. Oh, come on, fucker. Why'd you turn? Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, the oxygen went down because I kept hitting stuff, bro. Which is one of the instructions. Try not to hit shit. So that was reducing it faster. There's 3 things that are there. Yeah, see, I mean, I can't even surface. I gotta go down even deeper, perhaps? Dude, I think I remember that, bro. I haven't thought about that in forever, dude. I don't know if I'm a big fan of this one. This is a little... So is it up? Anyway, yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Let's find something that's more entertaining. But anyway, that launched on the proper GPU, so that's good. So what else do we got? We got Livery Mystery. Oh man, I've been wanting to play this one. This is a Linux one too, so I do get the chance to test out some Linux itch.io ports sometimes. All right, Delivery Mystery. We'll do Linux. Come over here. Heroic itch.io Linux Delivery Mystery, and then we've got to select all files here. x86 go to source 64. All right. This will be itch.io Linux. Now, I am interested to see, does this also launch on the NVIDIA GPU? No, it does not. Okay. So the native Linux ports are the ones that I've had the most issues with. Yeah. Oh, doo-doo balls. Time to throw that launch command up in there. I don't know if that's going to fix it. We'll see. Yes, it did. Okay, that works. Cool. I feel like I might have already played this one. Yeah. Son of a bitch. Proton version of this ran much better. Let's put it that way. Low. I mean, it's playable. It's not like the worst frame rate I've ever seen. It's not great. Okay. So since we've played this one before, I'm not going to waste any time on it. Be a good opportunity to kind of showcase how I remove games from Heroic that I don't play, though. Uninstall, erase settings, and remove log, yes. Since that was a native Linux app, we'll have no data in the prefix folder. We will delete that folder. It is gone. However, we can double verify here because of CD. Nothing. Corpse Ocean is still there. I'll keep it there for now. But let's see. Elevator Dread or Elevated Dread. We'll try that one. Yep. Well, Reno, I'm so glad you're here. Remember, I have Arch installed on the system drive. I did not want to boot into this tonight, but I quite literally had no choice. I don't think you were here, though. But now that you are, I want to show you something. There is a bug in Cosmic that causes it to crash after about 12 hours of usage. I don't think you were here when this happened the other night. I've got a screenshot to show you, and it also happened live. Screenshots, here it is. Okay, so Cosmic has a bug, a memory leak issue, where the compositor for Cosmic and the DE will constantly consume more and more memory nonstop. Matter of fact, if you have an AMD setup, it'll consume VRAM. And since I don't have that much VRAM, it's flushing all to my system, stuff like this. With literally nothing happening, 14 gigs of system memory, all of my swap is consumed, minus the 4 gigabyte encrypted swap file that Pop! OS sets up. This got as bad as over 19 gigabytes of swap being used and 14 gigs of system memory. And then it crashed yesterday. I just left it on to see what would happen, and it actually just crashed. So we'll see. Hopefully they fix that. I hope so, because I like it a lot. I would love for it to not be that way. But yeah. So unfortunately, I don't have enough system memory to deal with that, and I have to either let the computer crash or force restart it, which will get in the way of streaming. So I'll check it out again soon, see what happens. Hopefully by 2604 it'll be fixed. But we'll see. We'll see. Elevated Dread. All right, let's try this one. Yes, Donnie? What are you good, man? Jeff? Oh, Ryan, did you see what I said? No, I'm on my Arch drive tonight. Yes. Ryan, do you remember that memory leak we were talking about that we thought was that game I was playing? I've already fucking played this one. Damn. I think. Yeah, okay, well, Ryan, that's not a game memory leak. That is a cosmic memory leak. It happened again yesterday. Um, so Cosmic consumes more and more system memory the longer that it's running. So it happened again yesterday. All of my swap was full, and then my memory was full, and then my computer crashed because I didn't restart it. So it wasn't the game. Cosmic is just, it's got a memory leak in the Rust programming. I found other user reports about it online. Apparently, Pop or System 76 is aware of it, but it still happens for some people. So yeah, it sucks. But other than that, it was pretty fucking good. Pretty fucking good. Other than the memory leak, which I hope they fix, man, because I like Pop a lot, but you know, not much I can do about it at the moment. So be mindful. I don't know if that'll happen for you. I know you installed it on your other drive, but just check it like every few hours and see if it's going up. And if not, then I guess you got really lucky, because what a terrible bug. House hunted. Okay, let's try this one. HIO move. And this is a Windows. I need to pin this. Yeah, I need to do that. It's getting on my nerves having to go through all those directories. HIO Windows. There we go. Okay, let's do that. Heroic. I think I can just drag it. And then I'll do the same thing for here. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, I might look at that at some point, Domi. It's 6:30, Chad. I do have to take the kids to the bus stop, but no school tomorrow or Monday, so it'll be epic mode. Won't have to worry about it. Oh, and Chad. Okay, I didn't know this. Reanimal is shadow dropping. I didn't know. It didn't have a release date till a couple days ago. We are playing through this on stream the minute it unlocks in 2 days, or less than 2 days, so in about 24 hours. This is the newest game from Farzir Studios, the people that made Little Nightmares 1 and 2. The reviews for it so far have all been great. I think it's going to be a fucking blast. If any of you know about Little Nightmares, you know how much I love it. I think that game's going to be fucking great. So look forward to that. Be a great game to test day 1 too. Is this not launching on the... Yeah, it is. I'm about to fucking say. Yes, I like graphic violence. Let's go. Oh shit, AI images? Fuck yeah. Ugh, what a long bus ride. But I'm glad I'm finally here. Plug my phone up real quick. I gotta charge that bitch. Yeah. Alright. You looked around yourself, taking in the surroundings, breathing in the nauseating aroma of bus exhaust and oil and farts. Well, there's obviously not much to look at here at the Grey Horse bus station. I'm sure the rest of the city is beautiful, just like the brochure said. No, I'm pretty sure this entire game was made on Chat GBD toilet, as they say. Hopefully the apartment company was honest about having my new place ready to move in. Quickly grabbing your modest baggage from the bag claim, you can straighten your clothes and walk towards the nearest visitor center. Holy shit, these pictures are awful. Is this like a fucking game or a visual novel? Okay. Another piece of dog shit. Wow. Holy fuck. We had some good ones last night. I'm very disappointed in these. This is another native Linux port. Holy shit. Doo-doo balls. And this one is called 222 AM. Epic. Dude, it looked so bad, man. itch.io Linux 222 AM. Back over here, all files, select that. And we will see if it loads on the proper GPU. If not, I'll have to add the launch command. I hope it does, because I don't want to have to do that. I'm going to pull this over here just so I can keep an eye on it. What is that, Dommy? Oh, okay. Well, Windows, Linux, properties, permissions. Oh, allow executing as a program. This doesn't work. X or libx cursor. Yeah, no such file. Okay. That might be something worth fixing. Well, let's see if we can do that. Research time. Okay. And we'll do Arch Linux for this search term. Start on my Lappy, so right now I'm using 6.6 of RAM and 12 megabytes of swap, and Lappy's been on all night. Try this, Ryan. If you want to do something, it has something to do with Cosmic specifically. So one thing I was reading online is that if you leave Cosmic settings open or any Cosmic like file browser or any of the Cosmic apps, that'll cause the leak too. So might be worth a test just because. Um, just if you're interested in seeing. And if that doesn't happen, then you're probably fine. All right, we need to add this to our Arch docs. Reading docs, good, Arch, and we'll put this over here. I need to sudo pacman dash capital S in vtop, and we're just gonna do this for all these. And this one will be yay dash capital S. Save. Okay, that should have fixed it. I hope it did. We'll see. Yes, sir. Let me know how it goes, man. I certainly hope it doesn't happen to you. It seems like it depends on your hardware config too. Can change it, so I don't know. That didn't work? Are you kidding me? itch.io Linux. libx. What does this fucking need? Some X library or something? And I did that, if you remember, Ryan. I did have my file explorer open while I was testing itch.io games, so totally possible that happened. That says it's already installed? I mean, I'll reinstall it just to see. No. 32. Oh, that might be it. It might be a 32-bit app. Right, so already did this one. Yeah, that one's already there. Okay, we might have to re-download this one. Which is fine. No big deal. I'll leave that other one in the config, just in case I ever need it. Perfection. Alright, 222 AM. I think there is a Windows port. Yes, there is. And I'll just download that to the download. And it's not even a big game either. Although I did not get free download manager. And manage. Right. Extract here. Free download manager, in my opinion, is basically the only one that I will use. They have an official Debian Ubuntu package, and they also, you can get it from the AUR. It's got a good extension. It just works. And it helps me bypass speed limitations in websites. I'm going to use Qubit Torrent as my torrent downloader, just because it seems to be more consistent for me. Yeah, I've never used Brisk. I've looked at it though. That's just the thing with native Linux ports, is they're so hit or miss sometimes. They run or they don't. For the most part, they run if they're actively maintained games, like on Steam. But and then of course I use Moldat as my VPN solution. My setup is pretty simple. I use mostly Flatpaks. If we look at the Arch config here, everything, this is my entire config, except I'm not super worried about changing my ZRAM compression. I would, like on my new computer, I would probably set that to match my memory. But I basically use timeshift for BTRFS restore points, sudo grub make config to update grubs so that they show up. If you select a snapshotting option in Arch install, it will automatically have the grub BTRFS package. Then all I have to do is install the dependencies needed for the AUR, git clone it, make the package, and my applications are as follows. From the AUR, I use Brave bin, Free Download Manager, M Control Center, Anti-CLI, and Molvad VPN bin. I then remove the FlatHub system repo and add the user repo. As far as system packages goes, Steam, NVIDIA Prime, BTOP, FastFetch, Dolphin plugins, GNOME Disk Utility, UNRAR, 7-zip, Fish, NVTOP, and lib32 libx cursor I installed for that game that ended up not working anyway. So I'm just going to keep that there for documentational purposes, and then everything else that I use is Heroic, Lutris, Mango Hut, Option 5 and 7, Proton Plus, Vesttop, Gwenview, Ocular, RPCS3, Dolphin Emulator, Sober, Prism, OBS, GIMP, Kdenlive, and Upscale. Those are all flat packs. And that's the majority of where I install my applications. I try to keep system and especially AUR packages limited. Flatpak install qubit torrent. So add that too. And then I have my terminal config because I use Fish and I have my terminal customized with a bunch of aliases and stuff. Alias WS watch NVIDIA SMI. And then we have NVTop, Pacman, Grub. And then also I need one for RK, which would be refresh KDE. I'd come over here to new commands, and sometimes Plasma just needs to be restarted. So having that command in there is really nice. That's pretty much it. That's all I do. I don't really customize past that. And it's a totally functional system. What the sky stole. Oh shit. Epic. By the way, guys, anybody that's new to the channel, we do have a Discord in the description of all the streams. So, got over 200 members in there. We'd love to have you. And I was going to do a video. I've got some videos planned. But since the memory leak issue in POP exists, I am not able to make the video I wanted to make. I'm still going to attempt to, but I wanted to do a review of Pop OS 2404. And I'm going to take a look at the 2604 update, of course, when it comes out. So that'll be fun. I'm going to do a video about Arch, too. How I install and configure it. I've already got the config video recorded. I just got to edit and upload it. And when we get the new computer, we're going to be playing Resident Evil Requiem, and we're also going to be playing Silent Hill F. Those are at the top of my list right now for games that I want to play. And of course, Reanimal, when that comes out. What a beautiful day. Sitting in the hay, behind the bay, Adam Sandler would say. This is going to be one of those games that makes no sense. Oh, I broke it. Okay, I guess that worked. Oh, hell yeah. We're flipping eggs, boys. I mean, it's glitchy. Oh, it's gone. My egg fell. Welcome back, buddy. What in the fuck is this game? Smell of steam, not launching or letting me log in. This is a weird ass game. What is this? Oh, my mouse ended up on the other screen. Oh, this is awesome. Well, I'm retarded. What is happening here? What? Beautiful. No! No! This is beautiful. All right, last screenshot, I swear. This is so fucking.
MOUSC.
Oh, this lady is retarded. Okay. Um. Interesting. Okay. Okay, we still gotta play through Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes soon, and 1, or at least the classics. Let's see. Resident Evil 6 is a no-go. Totally borked on Linux, unplayable, not fun. Let's see. Let's see. Compatibility. Yep, that is wrong. Proton GE latest. Need to play some more Jedi Fallen Order. WMOUSC. Do, do. Copy. Yep. Set that. And then New Vegas is a Proton GE game. Those go here. Here we go. Oh, hey, hey. All right. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. All right. Meritrix, welcome back, my friend. Ooh, bad frame rate, Bill. That's running on the right thing. Okay, there we go. I haven't dared go outside for a long time. Wistful of gaze full of malice hidden in the darkness. The gaze watches me every single day. Lately, even inside the apartment, there have been all kinds of strange noises. Breaking news, an inmate has recently escaped custody on man's at large. An 85-year-old man that has absolutely no risk to society. Signal's terrible today. Like the frame rate. Holy shit. Oh. Fuck. Toilet phone? What in the fuck? Second. Hey, buddy? Riley. Hey? Alright. Part of being a dad. Oh man. For an instant, the frame rate was better.
Oh, dude. Whoa. Holy shit.
Oh, fuck.
Whoops.
fuck am I supposed to do? This game is annoying the piss out of me. I hate that. Let's try kitchen. Extract here. What in the fuck? This one's pretty cool. Okay. I like that one. A little confusing, but that one is pretty cool. I like how there's actually consequences, not just fucking like actually runs and shit. Doot, doot, doot. All right. Ugh. Hello, Marco. I was just thinking about you, man. Just a minute ago, I was like, I wonder if Marco's gonna pop in. Yes, sir. I hope you have a wonderful day at work, man. Stay safe, of course. Doot. Thinking of looking at those computers I was thinking of getting. No way. Wow. Yeah, Marco, unfortunately, there is a bug in Cosmic, a memory leak that causes it to consume more memory over time, so. Okay. It looks like this might be the one that I end up having to go with. I mean, it's the better computer, of course. An i7 versus a 14650HX. Um, yeah, just so the chat knows, this is probably what I'm going to end up with. I've never had a Lenovo, and I've heard good things about them, so I think it's going to be a worthy computer. I was going to try to get one with a 5070 Ti in it. I'm not spending an extra $800 or $900 though. I could do a lot with that much money. I mean, it depends on what they have. If not, I was thinking about getting the MSI with the 5050 in it. The 5060, of course, would run games at a better frame rate, but they're both the same amount of VRAM, so it just depends on the game where I would even be able to tell a difference. And this is a 144 hertz 1080p screen, and I just like MSI. This is basically just a modern version of the laptop that I already have. But the other one does have a much nicer display and also has double the storage, which is nice. I wonder how much. Wonder how much a single 16 gig DIMM would cost. Damn. 19 options from 199. Insane. Crazy. Good thing ZRAM exists, because that's gonna save this fucker. In terms of longevity's sake, but damn. Okay, so we've got some USB 3 ports. That's good. I need to see the other side, please. Okay, so that's the power. Oh no, that's okay, that's a headphone jack. Here we go. Yes, 2 USB-C ports. Wait, is one of these for power? Got an Ethernet. So how does this thing charge then? Maybe this is powered from USB-C? Something? Oh, I'm just looking at the computer that I'm thinking about getting, Renu. I'm trying to see what the peripherals are. Or the input output. I need USB-C. It seems like it has 2 of those, but one of these is clearly for power because it doesn't have the traditional laptop charger, which is good. Honestly, I'd rather it be USB-C. And it's a Lenovo. I've never had a Lenovo, but that i7 14700HX, 16 gigs of fast DDR5, and the 5060 is going to be such a nice upgrade, man. Yep, SSDs are so fucking terrible right now. But I've already got 3 terabytes of SSD storage from before. So much better. And there's a couple reasons why I'm going with a laptop. You know, the primary reason is currently we are intending on moving here in about 3 months. Of course, that could change, but it looks like that's what's happening. And I need something that's mobile for that process. Okay, so 12 efficiency, 8 performance. Max turbo frequency is 5.5 gigahertz. Man, this laptop max boost like 4.2, and it doesn't keep that. It's pretty fucking terrible. Secondly, with the price of components right now, the only other computer on here that comes close to this is it's $900. You can get it for a little bit cheaper if you like buy it online, but it's this one right here. And this one has a less powerful CPU, but it's got a desktop 5060, which of course would perform a little bit better than the laptop variant. But um, this is a massive computer. I've seen it in person. Not something that I need to be carrying around, considering I'm not sure where I'm moving to yet. I can't use it unless I have it plugged up somewhere with a monitor and a mouse and keyboard and all that. It would just be incredibly um, inefficient for that. So for a couple hundred extra bucks, I can get a laptop that has 185 hertz, 2560 by 1600 OLED display, and a better CPU, the same amount of memory, the same amount of storage, and the same GPU, just a laptop variant, and it's actually portable. The fact that I can just use this without having to have anything connected to it, that's the important part. So that's my primary thing that I'm thinking. If I could, what I would do is if prices weren't so dog shit, I would just build a computer and get like a small case because I'm a big fan of like really small computers. Um, but it's not worth it with the price of storage and memory right now. I was looking up how much it would cost to get one 16 gigabyte SODIMM, and that would cost literally $200 to get one 16 gig SODIMM stick. But it's basically either I get the desktop because I'm not willing to spend more than about $1,000 on a computer. I can either get one that's ultra portable, has a great display on it, doesn't require any additional peripherals, just a charger. And I'm not going to be able to tell much of a difference between either in terms of performance, but one is mobile and the other one is not. And the fact that it's mobile is kind of big for me, like I said, because if I move, it might be a couple days where I have to rent a hotel room or something. I'm going to need a computer. So the laptop would be the path of least resistance to stream and keep the YouTube channel going in my spare time. Um, and I have to be honest, I'm kind of just a fan of laptops now. I've really enjoyed having this one. I like when I do have it at home, I can just plug it up to my monitor and have two screens. Um, so I can play my games on this screen right here and then watch my movies and my videos, read my stream chat on the internal display. And I need to take it somewhere, I just unplug that bitch and go. Pretty epic. So that's kind of the perspective I'm coming at. I was looking at another computer that is a lot more powerful, but a little overblown, I think, for what I need. Because the truth is, once we get settled in somewhere else, I can just get a desktop. So I'm thinking of like a computer that can last me for the next year or two without me having to really worry about it. And I really don't want to go below a 5060. I think that that is a good 1080p card. The important thing is that it's going to be the difference between being able to play Resident Evil 9 and Silent Hill F and all the games that I want to play. Because currently I can't really play those games. But they have another one that's really cool. I'm not sure which one I want to go for. It's more expensive, but it has a 5070 Ti 12 gig in it, which would be more future proof, of course. I wouldn't have to compromise on textures at 1080p. I could just play my games at high preset, not worry about it. But is it really worth the extra amount of money? I don't think so. Although it does have 32 gigs of RAM out of the box, which is Yep. They're expensive, man. And like I said, I don't really want to spend like I could get a 5060 laptop and like the best ROG Ally for the same price as the 5070 Ti laptop. I could get the desktop, the laptop, and best ROG Ally for the same price as a 5080 laptop. So the laptops start dropping off in price to performance past like the $1,000 range. That's when it starts getting pretty fucked up. A 5070 Ti laptop is $1,800, not including tax. With taxes would be $2,000. Um, and a 5080 laptop, they go between 2,500 to 3 grand, which is fucking insane. Would it be hard coded? Why would it be hard coded? Change the disk mode to AHCI and turn secure boot off, and I'm good to go. And it's Lenovo, one of the most Linux user-friendly brands out there when it comes to laptop manufacturers. So I have absolutely zero doubts in my mind that getting Linux on it will take me 5 minutes. But otherwise, there is another one I was looking at. It's got a 5058 gig in it, which I would be perfectly content with. Um, yeah, I've owned so many laptops in my life, man. Never had that issue. I have dealt with laptops before that had limitations placed in UEFI for Windows-specific features that you had to disable by entering the advanced mode of UEFI, but that's it. It was never something that I couldn't just turn off in the settings. But like I said, Lenovo is one of the more Linux-friendly brands out there. So this is just a better version of like the Lenovo's that most people buy, which are the more workstation oriented. And the best thing about this computer too, they've got this one. This would be the other one I would consider. It's got a 5050. And MSI is also pretty good when it comes to Linux. This one's got a slightly worse CPU and a less powerful GPU, same amount of VRAM. It also doesn't have the OLED screen, and it's got half the storage. But it is a couple $100 cheaper. I like MSI, so if I went in there and this is the only one I could get, I would totally use it. I think it's a great computer. I've never bought an MSI laptop that did not work well for me. Like every single one of them that I've owned was so great. Ugh. But yeah, leaning towards the Lenovo. And then what I need is I need to get one of those Scarlett interfaces so I can start recording again. And then I need a desk mic, something that I can use for streaming, but also something that I can use to record vocal. So something like this, you can get one for about $80 that has an input, and then I can just get a regular microphone and plug it up via USB-C or whatever. As long as I can plug my guitar in this bitch, I should be good to go. Good on a mouse and keyboard, got that. They both work perfectly fine. Got my monitor. I've even got an extra curve monitor somewhere around here if I got a power cable for it. Invocation. Let's try this. Go Dark Souls Deathless Run? Yeah, let me do that. Let me make myself miserable. The truth of the matter is, when I speedrun, my average death count is once. It's always one time in a run where I will die. And like, I mean like a real speed run. I'm on controller. I'm safe quitting at every door. I'm using the strats. Um, I'm not doing anything extra, just sticking to the path, skipping all the enemies, not fighting anything. It's honestly not that difficult to not die. And usually when I do die, it's because the AI of an enemy side that's going to behave retardedly, and or in the past I used to only die to Crystal Sage because I wouldn't fucking kill his ghosts or his little summon buddies, which was my fucking bad, of course. I mean, the truth is, 60 series cards have always been good meteor ranges. And I don't intend on upgrading from 1080p anytime soon. So. The thing is, 8 gigs is still enough if you're willing to compromise on certain terribly optimized titles like Stalker 2. Maybe just turn your textures and shadows down to like medium and you're good to go. The important thing is 5068 gig with DLSS and all of the features that you can implement in those cards will make it a decent card for years to come, even if you have to lower the settings. The important thing is that it won't drop off the face of the earth like this 1654 gig, where certain games are literally not playable whatsoever because it just doesn't have enough VRAM. 8 gigabytes, that's not really a concern yet. By the time it matters, I would just have a desktop. Hopefully the RAM prices will be better by then. For Lego games with RTX, yeah, you can. Just because it's the recommended spec doesn't mean it won't work. You got to remember, it carries on generations. So 2080 would be a 3070, would be a 4060, would be a 5050, right? As long as you can get under the VRAM limit, which I highly doubt Lego Batman will actually consume more than 8 gigabytes of video memory. But even then, if you have super fast memory, decent storage, and a good swap solution, you could compensate for that anyway, because a lot of games will just load that into memory anyway. But yeah. Like the 2080 sounds powerful on paper, and at the time the 2080 was top tier, but now you can get a GPU equivalent to 2080 in terms of performance on a card that's a 50 series. You know what I mean? Give or take some performance here and there, fabrication processes change, things like that. So, but yeah, I hope the Batman game is worth playing, honestly, because I thought the gameplay looked cool. We'll fucking see. I was pretty disappointed with Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga. I don't think it's a bad game. I like a lot of it, but I don't know. I look forward to playing Reanimal tomorrow. I think that'll be fun for the stream. They're basically just shadow dropping it, which pissed me off because I didn't have any time to prepare for it, but another good thing about modern GPUs is they all have ray tracing capabilities, even if they're not great. So that's good. I do think forced ray tracing in games is really gay. So a game like fucking Indiana Jones and the Great Circle or whatever it's called, for instance, runs on an 8 GB GPU, but it runs like shit. Well, I mean, I was playing it on the 7600, which doesn't have the dedicated ray tracing cores like a RTX card would. So I'm sure on like a modern 5050, 5060, it would be playable. But on AMD card with more software rasterized ray tracing capabilities, yeah, it was pretty bad. But I also owned it. I had bought it on Xbox when I had one. So I was having to play it through the Windows Store version. 11. Yeah, and I know I'm supposed to photograph stuff, but I have to take them to the bus stop, so I don't see a point in doing it. I'll snap one real quick though. Enzo, nice to see you again, my friend. This is not Outlast. This is some game about photographing. I mean, it definitely looks spoopy, doesn't it? I don't know how spoopy, but something. Got 2 minutes, and I gotta get them up, get them ready, and walk them back in the street. Past that at least. Well, did you try TR? What's TR? Tomb Raider. I don't think so. I know it works. I have often thought about playing through the remake. I have it in my Steam library and I have Shadow the Tomb Raider, but I just never really got into them. But yeah, they seem like they play perfectly fine with Proton GE. All right, chat. I'm gonna leave it right here. Enjoy the atmosphere of this set of hands and camera slowly swaying back and forth. I'm gonna take them to school. Right back. I've on Epic Store Trilogy. I don't know if your Heroic Launcher can run it good. I'm not sure. Let me look it up real quick. Tomb Raider 1 through 3 remastered starring Lara Croft. I mean, I would assume it could. Yeah, it seems like the remasters work perfectly fine with Proton 10, so it might be worth trying out. You can enable Heroic to detect those Proton versions that you have installed through the Steam client in the advanced settings. Hey, buddy, time for school. Well, hey, guess what? You don't have school tomorrow or Monday, so you get a long weekend. Well, your shoes upstairs? Go. I'll plug it up for you. Don't worry. Go change your pants. Go get ready. Yeah, I will be back shortly. Chat. 20 minutes. Should be back. Right, buddy. Get ready. Eggy. Eggy. Get up. Wake him up. Come on. Time for school. Start putting your Chromebook up. Still be able to. Just a minute. It's going to disconnect. Keep in mind, chat. Like little nightmares, I think. By the way, any game recommendations in chat, be sure to let me. I want to get the new computer on YouTube and stuff like that. So that'll. And I'll do specific requests for premium stuff like that. Should be cool. Hey, still don't have school tomorrow. Good for me. I don't have to do a word. Hurry up. Tomb Raider is on Silicon. Quickest I could have the by the 20th. Fingers crossed if everything. When I get the computer, I'm going to buy a handful of. Yeah. So excited for Resident Evil 9. Silent Hill. Good, buddy. Quiet. Hurry up. It's out of the clock. TKEY. Some really Chio games yesterday, though. I have to say, I had a lot of that one where you're dropping mud bark. Hope y'all have fun. Get down so I can get bed. Son, but son, it's cold. Put your foot in. It's fine, son. I will straighten your face. Starting in March and April. Shorts, still cold. Talk about it on the jacket. Should have changed the shirt. It's his jacket. It's right there. That jacket right there closed. Huh? Yeah, let's put it on. Shh. Sure. Jump. Put your backpack. Let's go. Put your backpack. Come on, guys. Back. Pull your backs. That was stuffy. Always is. There we go. Ugh. Now, Heroic is great. Very, very good launcher. I use it for pretty much everything outside of Steam. What a Well, see, Ryan, Cosmic didn't have a bug that caused the compositor to utilize way more CPU than it's supposed to, including the fact that it has a memory leak, and it shouldn't matter. See, that's the thing with Linux and operating systems in general and computer hardware, is bugs are not specific to everybody. Now, my specific issue despite the fact that I could run literally any other OS on here, and Cosmic ran fine other than the memory leak. It's totally functional. I mean, you saw the shit I was doing in it, switching between workspaces like it was butter. The CPU bug ain't the issue. It's the fact that the desktop environment is not utilizing resources properly and is constantly filling system memory with absolute garbage, causing the system to be unusable. And considering that if you look up the documentation from other people having that issue, people that have 100 gigabytes of memory and Cosmic still and would fill up all their VRAM and all the other issues, yeah, no, I'm not worried about it. Cosmic ran perfectly fine on here. The memory leak issue is not my hardware's fault. It's a bug on the side of the programming of Cosmic and its compositor. And it is what it is. I don't think Cosmic is any more heavy, if it were bug-free, than any other DE. Matter of fact, it runs great. Runs way better than GNOME. I'll tell you that much. But I'm not gonna like install unless I know for a fact that issue is fixed. I'm not gonna install Pop on a computer that I just dropped $1,200 on. You know, if I have to restart it every 8 hours because of a really terrible programming oversight. Maybe they'll fix it by 2604. I don't know. Other than that, I think it's great. Ran great, looked great, worked great. But if I'm gonna like say I stream for 12 hours one day and 8 hours in, I have no system memory remaining, no swap. And by the way, this bug affects video memory too. I have to restart. That would suck. You know what I mean? Like having to kill the stream to get my memory back would suck. And that's really the only reason that I wouldn't deal with it, because I don't want to have to kill the stream. Because ultimately, when I'm trying to make these decisions about like my computer and the software that I'm using, I want it to get in the way of streaming as little as possible, because this is my hobby, say. Also, I think this game fucking sucks. I don't know what the fuck to do. I took pictures. I mean, I'm sure they are working on it. I would certainly hope so. That's a big bug. I mean, seriously, there's people out there that have like shit tons of system memory, and the same thing was happening to them. It just sucks. That's a bug from Epoch 7 and from the alphas that somehow squeaked its way back into the stable release for whatever reason. But it makes absolutely zero difference to me. Either the OS works and doesn't have some terrible bug, use it, or if it has that problem, it's going to get in the way of streaming. I'm not going to use it. And while I don't like the uncertainty of Arch and would love to have something that's a little more stable, generally speaking, it works. My swap never gets used in Arch. It doesn't constantly put stuff in there, and that's because it's functioning properly. Like I might have like a couple gigs of swap being utilized at max, and that's if I'm really pushing it. That's about it. It just works. I just have to update in a certain BTRFS snapshots and other stuff. That's the trade-off. But not a hardware problem. I like Cosmic. I think it's great. I like Pop. I like System 76. I like what they're doing. You know, at the moment with a bug like that, just it's unfortunate, but not something that it's something I'd want to have to deal with simply for the fact that it would get in the way of streaming. Oh, what was I gonna look? But hey, you know, when summer hits, I'm gonna have a lot of options. Linux Mint 23 is gonna drop. Has a stable Wayland session. I might switch back to that. If Op 2604 doesn't have that, I might try that. We'll see. I specifically use only Chromium-based web browsers because I forget what it's called. I use Brave. What is it? It's Electron apps consume way more CPU cycles than Chromium-based apps do. on my computer. That's one reason I don't like Discord. It's way heavier than it should be. I mean, it works fine. I use Vescop, which performs better, but not a fan of Firefox whatsoever. All right, let's see. I've been wanting to try this FNAF Rewritten. And I look forward to having a computer that has good USB-C ports on it, because my 2 TB USB-C NVMe SSD is being bottlenecked to shit on this computer. I mean, absolute shit. Like it was an expensive drive when I bought it. It always performed super well on my other computer that was more modern. So by default, I'll have 3 TB of SSD storage, 4 technically. If I can get me a little kit to convert my Samsung SSD 990 Pro into a USB-C drive, and I'll have like the most ridiculously fast USB flash drive, like 7400 Mbps read and write speed. I think it's something like that. And I can use that for game storage for like the things that I need to be having on a faster drive, and I'll use the 2 TB USB-C NVMe, which is naturally going to be slower on the other games. And eventually, I'd like to get some mechanical drives too. Will they sell adapters? Yeah, I know. That's why I said I need to get my hands on one. Like, trust me, I know, buddy. Oh, made with Unity. Epic. And an unskippable intro logo. Even better. Oh. Of course, we're going to Oh, yeah, this is pushing the GP jizzles. Half one gigs of video memory. Better be fucking good. Before I start this up. Guess we're stuck in Halloween mode. Laptop. Already have a USB-C hub. That's in gigabytes per port. So as long as I could utilize speed on 2 of those, then that would take care of the 2 SSDs. And then I'll just keep the 1 TB NVMe that like comes with it. I'm sure it'll be more than a suitable drive. Then just go from there. Although at that point, I technically have even more storage. What I'm gonna do is put the SSD that came with this laptop back in it for my wife, because she's probably gonna want to play COD, and I'll put Windows 11 on it for her. Lighten it up a little bit, turn off the shit that I don't like. Oh, this is floaty.
Hello, hello. I wanted to leave a set of pre-recorded messages for you to help you get settled in on your first few nights.
It's a little too
I
floaty.
actually worked in that office before you. I'm finishing up my last week now, as a matter of fact. So, I know it can be a bit overwhelming, but I'm here to tell you there's
Retro.
nothing to worry about. You'll do just fine. So, let's just focus on getting you through your first week, okay? Let's see. First, there's an introductory greeting from the company that I'm supposed to read. It's kind of a legal thing, you know. Welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, a magical place for kids and grown-ups alike, where
Oh,
fantasy
that was a
and
cool
fun
little
come to
detail.
life. Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for damage
There's
to
Chica.
property or person. Upon discovering that damage or death has occurred, a missing
There's
person
Chica, there's
report will be
Body.
filed within 90 days, or as soon as property and premises have been thoroughly cleaned, bleached, and the carpets have been replaced. Blah, blah, blah. Now, that might
There we go.
sound bad, I know, but there's really nothing
Oh, that's
to worry
cool.
about. The animatronic characters here do get a bit quirky at night, but do I blame them? No. If I were forced to sing those same stupid songs all this time and I never got a bath, I'd probably be a bit irritable at night too. So remember, these characters hold a special place in the hearts of
This is
children,
finicky.
and we need to show them a little respect, right? Okay. So, just be aware, the characters do tend to wander a bit. They're left in some kind of free roaming mode at night. Something about their servos locking up if they get turned off for too long. They used to be allowed to walk around during the day too, but then there was the bite of 87. Yeah. Now, concerning your safety, the only real risk to you as a night guard here, if any, is the fact that these characters, well, they're pretty technologically advanced. And if they see you after hours, they probably won't recognize you as a person. Yeah.
Fuck.
Instead, they might see you as a metal endoskeleton without its costume on. Now, since that's against the rules here at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, they'll probably try to forcefully stuff you inside a Freddy Fazbear suit. Now that wouldn't be so bad if the suits themselves didn't have mechanical pieces to lock the endoskeleton into place. So, you can imagine how having your head forcefully pressed inside one of those could cause a bit of discomfort and death. The only parts of you that would likely see the light of day again would be your eyeballs and teeth when they pop out of the front of the mask. Yeah, they don't tell you these things when you sign up. But hey,
Chica.
first day should be a breeze. I'll chat with you tomorrow, check those cameras, and remember to close those doors only if absolutely necessary. Gotta conserve power. Alright, good night.
Control dog shit. Those fucking trolls are dog shit. Shit, these fucking controls. This is terrible. Hello. I didn't think you were there, buddy. Didn't show up your blind spots? There's Chica. Wow. Guess that was it?
Still here. Chat. Think. Start looking into carpet or hardwood flooring. You think? I mean. By the way, most of what came up there was just air. That's all. Oh, I will make sure it gets. Bring the trash cans back in a little. I got it. There's nothing in there he would want. It's just it. Lock in the. They haven't. Trash hasn't even. It should, ain't. I promise. Huh? What you want? In. Said she fell. No, I got up. I know that. I thought you were there for just. I don't have trouble. Off. Look. Might be done. 7%. Of course it is. Of course it's 6. Okay, I don't know what this is, but honestly, since I got sick, I don't even mess with it. I owe on for Batchibus. That means you okay? Hey, you want to get me an outfit for the hospital? Okay. ION4T.
Where the fuck is it?
Let the cops chase us around. I'd blown the whole thing years ago. I'd just be alone.
Yeah, that just doesn't even work. Oh, I mean it.
Right around it. The cops chase us around.
Okay, so that literally just doesn't even detect. That one is cool. It's not gonna load.
Come on.
Oh, I did that for no reason. Cool. What's that? Huh? Oh, lucky. Yeah. Yeah. Barely took any off of it. Like this. West. Can I get tired? thought it looked nice. I just wanted to share it with you. Okay. Huh? I've never had that one. I've never even had that brand before. They have one like the one I have now, but it's the new one. But they've only got one in stock, and I'm sure it'll be gone by the time. It's right now. It's $8.99. Actually on sale by $100, but it won't be. They're not gonna have it in stock anyway by the time. Well, the other one makes a lot more sense. It's a lot nicer and it's powerful. So it lasts me long. But I'm gonna put Windows on one of my drives, so me and you can play, and I'll put it on this laptop for you. Well, to use stuff that's in Windows. And if you wanted to play, could maybe get back in with high boost and did we get that other guy in there? Like old time. He fought me for weeks about that. Hey, if we get our new car though, we do need to go tap all. As long as nobody's sick, schedule a day to go up there. We might not have any time. And we've not been able to go so many times. She's and I get down, I glider, cops chase. I'd not be alone. Interesting little horror game. Not bad. What do you mean? Cops break us around. I hadn't blown the whole thing to go. I'd not be alone. I couldn't be in this town. Yeah, what I wanna do. Greener grass awaits. Right on me. Shine that color. Hey, baby. I can in a little bit. I have to anyway, baby. I told you I was going to come lay down when I'm done. Yeah, I'm fine on E. Oh, I didn't like the crust. I bet you could make a better one, honestly. What? Why? Yeah, I'm not surprised. I thought about going up there to say it to him, but I knew that you would tell him I said it, and I know they don't really come down here and say happy birthday to me and stuff. It's just awkward. Huh? Well, at least we didn't have to waste more money. Dude. Getting some insane wallpapers. I don't blame you.
Hey, the course is closed. Well, it is, so you should get going. I'm getting out of here. Don't break anything.
glad you liked that show. What? What? I guess I can't look at the ball. fucking sucks. What? What is going on? I don't understand these instructions. I don't understand. I lost the golf ball. Bullshit, man. Frustrating.
What are you still
Oh.
doing here? Who are you? Well, stay away from the caddy house. It's bad. Well, I'm going.
What the fucking ball sack, bro? Oh, this is annoying. This is it overstayed its fucking welcome. And it broke. Fuck. Okay. Maybe we can play it again some other time. It'll work. Down, 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 down. Would be east, north, west, south. East, north, west, south. What another Duty Balls game. Man, Pragmata looks so good. Oh, Damn, some of these. I'm still here, chat. I am AFK for a sec. The fuck is that? Where the fuck? Okay. I do. Is this fucking done yet? There we go. All I know is that I'm a chip, 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 chip. Everybody knows that I am insane and I got no hoes. Fuck, 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 fuck. I got a mic guitar, James. Just the chat's been pretty dead, so I'm not saying too much.
Do 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 do. Bow bow dum dum. Do 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 do.
How am I supposed to fucking see this? Bruh. What the fuck? Nice to see you, by the way, Guitar Jam. What the fuck? This doesn't look like a remaster to me. This looks like dog shit.
Are you gonna go my way?
Hello, Donnie. Welcome back. guess I went the wrong way. Itch. Oh, this part. Are you gonna go my way? The seed is called pussy.
Keep your eyes on it. All right, going to bed. Just keep on watching. All right, got it.
I'm not fucking. No, but I've had a multitude of other issues with Debian, like it being super fucking difficult to get a good NVIDIA driver installed or not working with optimized setups or having broken repos and stuff like that. I don't know how you're trying to install it. Generally speaking, if I'm going to install Debian, I usually use the testing live KDE ISO, because I main KDE anyway, for the most part. That way you get the live install, you get the graphical user tool, all the stuff that you'd want, you know. But there's also net installs and live installs for the non-testing image, but I don't personally see much of a point in non-testing Debian because it's still stable, but it's way more up-to-date, better hardware compatibility. So gonna get off of that distro. I mean, what GPU do you have, Car Gems? I could tell you exactly what you need. So the trade-off in Debian too is that you're gonna have a much older NVIDIA driver, unless you want to jump through all the hoops to get the newer ones, which is fucking annoying in my opinion in Debian. card. I wonder what the last graphics driver that supported that was. I know the proprietary driver is no longer being developed, and it 580 proprietary supports 10 series and below, and it also supports the newer cards, but now the 16 and 2000 series NVIDIA GPUs have all moved to open kernel module. So
The shortest way out is through the southeast wing. Follow me.
if you have a man, it's going to be tricky because one, you're going to have distro that has good access to the drivers, and then you're going to have a kernel that supports them. And I've had a lot of people in my chat really struggle with that. Honestly, man,
The shortest way out is through the southeast wing.
trying to
Follow
think.
me.
I mean, Debian Stable does have 6.12. Oh, let's see. So, what have you been doing in Nobara Guitar Jams? Because it doesn't seem like it supported that GPU either. Like, it might have worked. Maybe you're using Novea or something, but the driver has been long in the dust, put it that way. Move this stuff off my desk. I don't want to. No, well, that wasn't too bad. I mean, if you're using Novea, then you'll be good in pretty much any distro. Gotta get new gear for this. Yeah, I got another one, so it's fine for now. You got another one, what? Like a newer GPU or new distro or? Because if you've been using Novea as it stands, and as long as
The
Nobara
shortest way out is through the southeast wing. Follow me.
doesn't like force install a driver that breaks your system, then I think you'd be fine. Two PCs. Fucking game sucks. Yeah. I would just put something like something that's older on it and use the Novea driver. Linux Mint would auto default to Novea, so I'm sure that would work perfectly fine. Of course, Novea has its own
The
issues
shortest
and
way
stuff.
out is through the southeast wing. Follow me.
I guess it's a better alternative than not having. But they sell like RX 580s for really cheap. If you're able to get your hands on that, that would be great. I never understood this game, I gotta be honest. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. What went wrong? Would Nova still be able to run games? You mean like Nobara? I mean, if Nobara was able to run games before on Novea, or no, you're saying Novea. Okay, no, fuck it. Ignore me. I was misreading that. Well, I mean, okay. See, this is the thing I'm trying to understand, Guitar Gems, is the last driver that supported the GTX 560 was, if that's actually the card you have, was from 2018. That means you would have to have a kernel from around that time and a graphics driver from around that time for it to function. So if you've been using an actual GTX 560, then I don't see how on Nobara, especially being cutting edge, that you would have been running on anything but Novea, right? So the assumption there would be that if all of those factors line up and are true, that your experience would not differ. Like if you were already doing that on Novea, then it should continue to work. That's my assumption, at least. Because you might have just already been using Novea and just didn't even realize it, you know? I understands too. Hey, I liked it. Or it makes senses, is what you said. No, I thought you were playing Jar Jar for a second. The Pendulent creature. All I know is that I'm gonna be in a creature feature. Bitches up on my dick and then they come on the speakers. All I know is that I'ma get down on top of it like I am a gay man and I am a gay motherfucker with a cock inside of the sand, bitches. Pendulent creature. Good gosh, do a little slide in the creature. Windows game in this feature. HIO Windows in the Pendulent creature. EXE. Finish the shit. Yeah, well, it should be really easy. If you have, well, I mean, did you have like an NVIDIA control panel that like you could open and you could see information like settings? Because if so, then there would have been a driver, but I don't know how it would have worked. Like I said, considering Nobara's cutting edge. And like I said, the thing is with older NVIDIA drivers, they require kernel modules that support the drivers, and up-to-date kernels don't really support that. So in that way, to be totally honest, Windows is just better for older hardware, NVIDIA specific. Crazy enough, because it's proprietary, you know? Everybody's you can get up and down, come at your ship at your sleeker. Yeah, I am a sleeker. I'm sleeking on a bitch. All I know is that the sleeky bitches get sleeky on my dick. Yeah. Now, unless Nobara, like, legitimately just set itself up to be compatible with that, which would be amazing. But I don't think so. Matter of fact, Guitar Gems, I gotta be honest with you. Well, I mean, the NVIDIA cards now have an open kernel module driver. So this is really just unfortunate. Like, NVIDIA didn't make the drivers open source till years after your GPU was no longer supported anyway. So it's NVIDIA's fault. But they've done the right thing and they've open sourced a lot of the driver. So that really shouldn't be an issue going forward in the same way. It should be better. Which is why I'm just going to stick with NVIDIA. Like, the computer that I'm going to buy is going to have a 50 or a 5000 series GPU in it, most likely. With that being said, Guitar Gems, if you found the gaming performance to be good in Linux on Novea, and it worked, your experience in Windows would be much better. And like, if you legitimately just want to use it for playing games, I know I'm a Linux guy, I love Linux, I kind of hate a lot of things that Microsoft does. But for instance, my Chromebook has Intel HD graphics in it that are not, and I guess this is the case with Linux too, if the hardware is too old, it won't support all features. Like, it can render a desktop and it can play certain games and handle emulators, but it couldn't handle modern OpenGL or Vulkan. And that made it impossible to play even a game as simple as FNAF 2. So I couldn't even boot into GTA San Andreas or any of those games in Linux, and I put Windows 11 Superlight on it, and all of a sudden I could play GTA San Andreas at what I would consider to be a playable frame rate. I could play FNAF 2, I could play all sorts of games, just because the driver works better. In Windows, you can just install an older driver. So yeah, I don't want to like push people away from Linux in any way, shape, or form. But if you've got an old system that you still play games on, having a functioning driver would make that experience a lot better, I think. Of course, I wouldn't just throw any version of Windows on there. Get a version and make sure you use a local account and all that stuff. S6, welcome. Good afternoon. No, absolutely. Like I said, I'm not a fan of Windows, but I feel like I'm the only Linux content creator on the internet that would be like, hey, maybe it's a good idea to install Windows on that computer, you know? Because, I mean, you know me well enough, you've been subbed to me for so long, that I don't have nothing against people using Windows. I just want them to use it in a way that's not detrimental to themselves. And if you like it and you're getting actual good use case out of it, and just make sure that you have a local account, don't have it all locked up in the online shit that Microsoft tries to tie you into, then hey, you can get even more mileage out of that 560 for sure. And like I said, in the case of the Chromebook, I chose to use Linux, and I chose to have limited compatibility with games because that's just what I wanted to do. But had I actually wanted to not stream and do Linux content, I definitely would have had Windows on there, for sure, because that opened the door to so many other things. But yeah, Guitar Jams, if you ever decide you want to do that, I could link you up with like a Windows Superlight image or something, kind of tell you how to get it downloaded, and then you can install it, and it's super, super lightweight, very performant. It's got all of the bad stuff disabled from a reputable ISO modder, Ghost Spectre, really cool. My friend daily drove Ghost Spectre Windows 10 Superlight for like 2 years. Never had a problem with it, loved it. People have vetted his ISOs and checked them to make sure that they're good, and they are. The only time I would ever say I trust a custom Windows ISO is with Ghost Spectre. It's the only person that makes them that I think actually does a good job. He's actually just providing a service to people.
I'm in the Ninja King.
Slide and get Luigi's Mansion, a great series of games. I've heard good things about Luigi's Mansion. My son has always had a particular fascination with it, even though he's never actually played it. When it comes to Mario games, though, my preferences lean more towards... I really like Super Mario World, Super Mario Bros. 3, the new Super Mario Bros. On the DS and the Wii. I love Super Mario Galaxy, I love Super Mario Odyssey. I really want to play the new Donkey Kong, like, so fucking bad. I want to play it so bad. So bad, in fact, that I've actually considered getting a Nintendo Switch 2 just to play it. Like, I want to play Donkey Kong Bonanza so bad. Oh, by the way, Guitar Gems, did you say you played Little Nightmares? Was that right? Or you're at least familiar with it? Should get an IT after your next gig, man. I wish I could, man. It's difficult over here where I live. There's just not much opportunity, let's just put it that way. Getting a decent paying job around here is already difficult as it is. Like, the best you got is like a Walmart or a warehouse, you know? But ultimately, that would be the dream. Or what The real dream would be is to provide the tech support that I already do, but making a livable wage off of YouTube, which is why I stream every single day, and I try to be helpful to people, because I know if you put good things out into the world, good things will eventually come back to you, and it has in all sorts of ways from being on here. So that would be the best way, I think, for me to help people and to provide a service and teach them things, and be directly to you guys on the channel. So I'll keep trying. I got video ideas. I'm just waiting for my new computer, man. That's it. Oh, I only brought it up, Guitar Jams, because there's a new game from the developers Little Nightmares coming out called Reanimal. And it basically just got a shadow release date for tomorrow. It's getting some really good reviews, and I'm gonna be playing this bitch. And it's multiplayer. Wait, does it have the... I've got 23 hours to get it. And yes, I'm gonna pre-order it. I probably shouldn't, but I love Tarzu Studios. I love Little Nightmares 1 and 2 and Very Little Nightmares. I've been waiting for this game for so long, man. And the reviews are great. Basically, people really love it. And of course, Guitar Jams. I'm hoping I have my new computer by the 21st. But we might also, if the baby doesn't turn all the way, then they're going to try to flip them the rest of the way and then induce us. So I'll be AFK for a few days, at least 2. But I'm going to try to get a hold of the computer as soon as possible around that time, if I actually get my income tax. And we're going to play through Requiem. We're going to play through Silent Hill F. Before then, we're going to play a handful of other Resident Evil games that I have installed. We're going to try to finish 5. We're going to do Reanimal. It's going to be a great couple weeks of streaming. Sure. And then after that, I'm trying my best. Once the baby's born and my wife is kind of settled in and we're home again, I'm going to try to go to Walmart 3rd shift. That's the plan. So I'll be streaming around that. But it'll only be part-time anyway. And I can't start till after the baby's here, for obvious reasons, because she's going to need me at the hospital, and then for at least a week after that, she's not going to feel like doing anything, especially if they give her a C-section. But as soon as we get into March, a couple weeks into March, I'm going to try to do that, and I think we're going to try to move, because she's not going to be able to work for 6 weeks. So they've already got her scheduled for that time off. So I'm going to have to pick it up there. Hopefully bring a little bit of money on YouTube and then bring the rest in. I would love to go to the IT department of Walmart. That would be the dream. All that aside, we've got this month. We've got a little bit of March. We're gonna have plenty of time to play the shit out of Resident Evil games. Then I'm gonna get a bike. So I know what computer I want. I'll actually just show it to you. Cause building a computer right now is just not feasible. The prices are so dog shit. Yes, I do, Guitar Jabs. His name is gonna be Charlie. John Charlie. This is not it. That basically... That's honestly not a bad deal, 5070, but it's an 8. If they had this in stock, I would probably go for this, because I like the ROG Strix and it has a Ryzen CPU. But it'll be in the same wheelhouse, somewhere around there. But yeah, John after my wife's grandmother, or grandfather I should say, and then Charlie after Charlie Kirk, of course. I'm thinking about giving him a second middle name, but we haven't decided yet. My wife is still a little iffy on it. 16 thread, 32 core, bro, what? This could be in stock by then, honestly. If it was, the extra $100, having a 5070, that wouldn't be bad. Bad at all. But this is the one I'm probably gonna get. Right here. They actually have this in stock. Like, I could just go to the store and buy it. It's got 185 hertz OLED, 2560 by 60 hertz screen on it, 16 gigs DDR5, 1TB SSD, RTX 5060. And it's a good brand too. Lenovo's always been a fairly good, repeatable laptop brand for a multitude of reasons. This one does look good too, so I might consider that. I would rather have a 16-core, 32-thread Ryzen CPU than a 24-core Intel CPU, or I think it's either 20 or 24. I think it's got 8 performance cores and 12 efficiency cores, so yeah, 20 cores. Either way, they're both amazing CPUs, but just having pure core and thread count on the Ryzen would obviously be ideal for a multitude of reasons. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. There are definitely zones in Mario World where he does feel very slippery. I feel like a lot of the early Mario games had that feeling. Oh yeah, Mario Wonder. I don't know if you ever played that in SX, but I think Mario Wonder is like the perfect compromise between the classic Mario formula and like a beautiful art style. I think it's a great Mario game. I'm just not a fan of the castles in Mario Wonder. This is glitching out. And to be fair, I played Mario World mostly on the Game Boy Advance. What is wrong with this? It's really like, it's like if you had $1,200 to spend, you would take either one, right? Like, it's one of those situations where you know either way you're getting a good CPU, but you like Ryzen better. That's kind of the position I'm in. I would like to have a Ryzen CPU better. That doesn't necessarily mean that it would provide any difference to my experience. Kind of how I'm looking at it. Intel has definitely lost the plot in a lot of ways, for sure. But I think they've found their way back a little bit. They're doing something a little bit different with performance and efficiency cores. So the important thing is, do you have a CPU with 8 performance cores? For gaming, you want at least 6, but 8 is ideal. And either way, in that price range, you're going to get Ryzen or Intel. They'll both have enough cores, enough threads. The difference is with AMD CPU, it's not offloading to efficiency cores. Those handle operating system tasks and stuff like that, background processes. But yeah, ideally, like, and it also, like, it depends on whether you're willing to order a computer and all sorts of other factors. For $1,300, which is $100 more than the Lenovo, I could get the ROG Strix with a 5070 8 gig, same amount of memory, same amount of storage, with a different display. It would have a more powerful GPU, still limited to 8 gigabytes of VRAM. but then I would have a 16-core, 32-thread Ryzen, right? And the other laptop is $100 cheaper. It's got 8 performance cores, 12 efficiency core, Intel CPU, same amount of memory, same storage, a better display, but a less powerful GPU with the same amount of video memory. So like obviously if I had the choice, I would get the Ryzen CPU with the 5070. And the only thing I don't like about gaming laptops really is that it's harder to get them with more video memory. If you want a lot of VRAM in a laptop, you have to pay a lot of money. So like the cheapest 12 gig model that you can get in terms of video memory for a laptop is almost $2,000. So it's like, trade-off with laptops is, yeah, they have less VRAM, but the 5060, the 5070 are very, very comparable cards. You just have to be willing to temper your expectations for settings. So it's like one of those situations, well, yeah, some of the really unoptimized games, I might need to turn textures and shadows down, but I'm still playing them at 1440p, because the GPU's capable, you know what I mean? So it's still mostly no compromise, but sometimes. But as long as you have enough VRAM, which 8 gigs is still more than enough, at 1080p, like I said, maybe turn a couple settings down here or there, then having the extra power would deliver a higher frame rate. And at 1080p, you're not noticing much of a visual difference, right? So like, what does the user stand? And a lot of people don't understand this. They think, oh, I have a bad computer because I can't run the game at a high preset. I'm getting drops to 20 FPS because my VRAM. Turn your textures down to medium at 1080p. You're not going to be able to see a difference anyway. Higher texture resolution only makes a difference at higher resolutions. That's the whole point. So honestly, a lot of games don't even look much different at low. But I would say medium is good for 1080p. Medium shadows as well. Don't even look at don't even put it on high to see what the difference is. It's not going to make a difference to you, and your game's going to run great. And with the price of PCs, the fact that you can get like a 5070 laptop for $1,400 is already impressive. A 5060 laptop that you can walk to the store and buy for $1,200. A 5050 laptop that still has 8 gigs of VRAM, but while it's a less powerful card, it's still very capable. One for $900. It's like, yeah, but see, the thing is, I've got a 1080p monitor that I have absolutely zero intentions of upgrading from, so even if I ended up with a 5070 or with a 5060 or with a 5050, if I'm playing all my games at 1080p anyway, you've got FrameGen, you've got DLSS, you've got all the bells and whistles to make the game look and run better without visual degradation, then the only thing you really have to worry about on a good 8 gig card is not exceeding that VRAM threshold. That's it. And that's not difficult to do. Literally start with textures and shadows. Don't play at a higher resolution. If you want that, you definitely want a higher end card. Because higher resolutions lead to higher VRAM consumption, which leads to even lower settings. Yeah, and 1080p is, like, in my opinion, 1080p is good enough. for 60 FPS. Dude, you can get like a 55-inch 4K TV for $250. Like, way better value for picture quality than a monitor. And I mean, think of what you can do with a 4K display. You can play your game in a 1080p window and have like 10 other things open. And by the way, a TV with HDR will get it. Well, that's the thing. Like, similar to having a GPU with 8 gigs of RAM, having a TV that's 60 Hz is good enough. You just don't want super big input latency. That's about it. If the input latency is not noticeable to the user, then you can be just as good as somebody at a higher refresh rate, because you learn how to play the game at a lower refresh rate. Now, you get down to 30 Hz, it's a little bit different. 60 Hz or not, though, you can always just uncap your frame rate and run it above your monitor's refresh rate for a smooth gameplay experience. Okay, what? I was. I appreciate you saying that. I had no idea. Well, I got sick. I had to take a step away for a few minutes. I don't really like that game. I don't think it's bad, but it didn't really draw me in. Try this one. Oh, make sure it's closed. It definitely was bad. I also don't want to go back and play it 4 times. I'm gonna keep it installed though. At some point, I might decide to do that. Fine. Hell yeah.
Dear Alex, Mom and I went to dinner with the Russells. Fuse in the garage is broken. Motion sensor might make the garage door. It's stuck in its motion. Make sure it's closed. Before you go inside, we left you pizza money. See you soon and be safe. Love, Dad.
Make sure it's closed. Dude.
Indeed, buddy. Indeed.
Awesome. What in the fuck? Alright, let's try this one. let's fucking do it. Oh, what'd you think, by the way, Guitar Gems? Of the computer I was looking at. Do you have any opinions on it? I really need something that's going to allow me to stream and not get in my way. And I can play whatever I want to play. This is the one that they have in stock. One that I'm more than likely to get, unless the other one goes in stock, in which case I might not. Laptops are actually sensibly priced, it's kind of crazy. This one's pretty cool. I can purchase it online and save $300. That's a crazy thing. It's a Lenovo. I've heard really great things about Lenovo's. People say they're really good laptops. It's sleek. It's not overdone with RGB. It's really thin. It's got two USB 3s. It's got two USB-Cs. It's got a headphone port on it. Like, come on. I don't want it. It's super. It's got three USB 3s, two Cs, and an Ethernet. One of those is the charger. Wait. HDMI. What is that? Is that the charger? I think that is a power symbol. Okay, so maybe it does power on the proprietary connector. Yeah, I really just need. I've got hubs, so as long as I have one USB-C port, as long as I have one USB 3 port, then I'm good. Preferably, I'd have two of each, because then I can just split. I can split the one USB-C port with a 4-port hub, and then get access to my drive. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna buy an NVMe to USB-C adapter. And I'm going to take my Samsung SSD 990 Pro and make it a flash drive for game storage. And then I've got a Samsung 2TB USB-C SSD. Whatever computer I buy is most likely going to have a terabyte NVMe in it, so I'm good on that. So I'd have 4 terabytes of solid-state storage. I'd like to get some drives, or maybe like a 1 terabyte flash drive, something that's easy to keep track of. I need to send my hard drive in to get repaired. It fell out of its dock and hit the ground while it was spinning. But I think those are the 3 options. Either I will be lucky enough to get one of the 2 that I want, which is either the Ryzen CPU one with a 5070, or what's more likely to happen, the one with a 5060, depending on how much it costs in store. I'm not paying 300 extra bucks for it. And otherwise, they do have another one that I'm looking at, but dude, it's like $1,800, not including tax, and I'm like, yeah, I just like, even though I would have the money and it would be a good investment into the channel for like the future, I'm like, that's too much fucking money for one thing. But that one had a 5070 Ti in it. And an Intel Core Ultra 9 or something like that. Left click and drop item escape. Yeah. Well, I mean, of course it's more than streaming. That would be like a computer that would last me for like 3 or 4 more years. Like having 12 gigs of VRAM and 1080p would allow me to play whatever I want at a high preset, whether that's Stalker 2 or The Amazing Spider-Man, or not The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2, Marvel Spider-Man 2, or anything. But I can still play all those games, I just can't crank them up. So it's like, my experience ultimately would just be that I would be maybe paying like a lot less money, but for a computer that had the same capabilities in terms of frame rate, generally speaking at 1080p. However, less VRAM would not be able to push the textures and shadows up. You know, ray tracing wouldn't really be doable on a card like that unless I put it on low settings. But I'm not into that, so it doesn't even matter. I just use like, oh yeah. You can get away with playing Marvel Spider-Man 2 on an 8 gig GPU if it's got good memory and all sorts of other things in it. Stalker 2 is very, terribly optimized VRAM intensive game. The only other game I can think of where it's really ever been a problem is Last of Us Remastered Part 1. It used over 8 gigs of VRAM. But once again, if you're at 1080p, you just turn the textures down to medium. Like the 5060 is good enough to be able to maintain a decent playable frame rate around 60 FPS at 1080p. You just gotta prevent it from going over the implementation, which isn't it. No. Yeah, I don't know. I'm excited. I'm telling you though, if I end up getting the, because either way I'm gonna be happy, right? Either way I'm upgrading from a 1650 to at least a 5050. I'm getting double the VRAM. I'm getting a much better CPU. I'm getting better memory. And if I get the MSI, I love MSI as a brand. I think it's a great machine. It's literally a new version of what I already have. So no matter what, I'm going to be happy. But I have to say, I am tempted. Because I lost everything over the summer, as you know. I lost my Nintendo Switch, I lost my Xbox, I lost everything. My computer. My ROG Ally. But I saw at Walmart. I would like to replace the Switch, basically is what I'm trying to say. Whether that's with like an Xbox ROG Ally, or just like a Nintendo Switch 2 so I can play Donkey Kong and just have the portable game system, because for me, like, playing games with my children and with my wife are super important, and I don't have a good way to do that now, which is why I would lean towards the Nintendo Switch in general, because I love sitting down with them in front of a TV and playing like 4-player Mario. Like, that means a lot to me. I used to do that shit with my dad and my brother and my sister when I was little, you know? And that's a good way for me to spend time with the kids. And everybody's happy. But I saw an Xbox ROG Ally at Walmart for like $500. And I could also set that up for the same thing, but have it double over as a perfectly functional computer too. So, but yeah, I won't know till I go. Honestly, wish the GameCube had a price release, because that is one physical computer that's not a laptop that I actually considered buying, because it's all AMD hardware, and it's on the level of what I'm getting, but with a worse CPU. So, but as far as I know, there's no price release. If that bitch was fucking like $600-700, I would be so fucking $699 to $826. About $1,000 for the 1 terabyte. See, that's tempting. GameCube is actually $1,000 for a 1 terabyte model. Then it would make no sense to get anything but that. It wouldn't be as portable as a laptop, but that's what having something like the ROG Ally would be for. And yeah, they did update the game, but I've seen a lot of people complaining about it. But yeah, Stalker 2 is really enjoyable. I'd love to go back and play it on PC. Yep. Now let's see. That's the thing that gets me, right? Is it's like Nintendo sucks, but man, the Switch 2 is a good console. It is not, Zay. Welcome in, by the way. I've never played this game before. Is that what it's called? Let me pull it up. Welcome to the channel, my friend. This is called The Other Side, and I have absolutely no idea what the fuck to do. I already maybe I picked this up? No. Oh, hey, red. Oh, it is pretty cool. I like it. I'm just trying to figure out what to do. Okay, so I can take the battery out and do that. Okay. Looks like a big drill. Okay, there's a broken one. Go. Okay. Now put it back. No. Bolts, battery. Okay. Picking this up seems very finicky. It needs the bolts, it needs the battery. Got it. I can't put the battery in it. I think this might be broken. But how do I grab it, game? No? I'm very confused right now. I'm not sure what the hell I want. Can't use this. Battery's charged. I have to restart it? Yeah, it's not letting me,
Not letting me interact with it.
I'm so excited for Reanimal. How many hours until that unlocks? 23 hours. Okay, so I'll be able to play it tomorrow at noon. Okay. I wonder if the demo has been fixed. Let's try this. It's time to leave, he says. I hope The Voice Season 5 doesn't fucking suck. Everything I need to start drilling is here. To get started, I should use the... Oh, I fucked it up. Okay, drill bit function. Okay, so I need to grab this first. Okay. Battery charge. That blew through the battery really quick. Dude, I basically just soft locked myself earlier. Like a dumbass. Oil and coolant. Yeah, I like this one too. It's super easy to soft lock them. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I like how this game is making us suspenseful by the time limit they're coming to get me. Battery and drill bit. Oh, bad lag. Oh my gosh, dude, what is the frame rate drop? Is it Steam comping shaders? This is another reason I need a new computer, bro. Like, I can't do shit while I'm playing. Let's support Maverick. All I know is that I'm ass and kick. I wanna lick on my thing, you bitch. Like that dude. I'm on top, man. I am a big kid. Yes. Thank God. Oil and him. Damn it. I don't know if I'm gonna make it in time, honestly. Oil, coolant, battery charge, and drill bit. Dude, lag. They're just gonna bust through the front door. Hell yeah. Oh my gosh, are you fucking kidding me? Oh my gosh. That was cool. Full on. Yeah, that was cool. Alright, let's try this demo real quick, and then I'm going to kill the stream for a little while. I gotta try to get a couple hours of sleep. If the demo is fixed, then I will cop this, so I can play it when it releases. Stupid ass app. Did they fix it? Bruh. Okay, is the frame rate fixed? This demo has been broken for a while. I hope it is fixed. That would be great. Rochio, welcome. Thank you for being. What a great first sign. Do I have a DualSense controller? I do not, but I have in the past. Okay. I'm more of a Xbox controller type of guy. I really love the Series SX controllers. Although the DualSense controller is very comfortable. It seems better. Top left, FPS, get bigger. 20 FPS. By the way, the minimum recommended for this game is RX 480 at a 1650. Let's see if we can get it running better. Go down to 1600 by 900. Better. So this must be like a truly GPU intensive title. I mean, maybe the actual game will run better. It's kind of hard to tell. But like if the demo doesn't run good, then I'm like, I don't know. Deb, welcome. Thank you for being here. Just doing a test on the Reanimal demo to see if it's been fixed. So I'm thinking about getting it, but it's a lot more intensive than I thought it would be, totally honest. I'm at high preset though, so 720p high, we're getting like 30 to 40 FPS. That's a good question, Car Jams. I'm actually not sure. I think it might be. I think the other ones were. Little Nightmares 1 and 2 were. So I would probably turn the resolution up some and then lower it to medium preset. Totally good. Fair enough. DualSense controllers are not bad, I just feel like they're overpriced. If they had a version of the DualSense that didn't have, well, I mean, it wouldn't be a DualSense in the same way then. It didn't have the extra motors in it. and the dynamic feedback and the triggers, the controller would be a lot cheaper. And I don't utilize those features, especially on PC. So at that rate, you can get like an Xbox Series X controller for like $55 in an assortment of different colors. Connected via Bluetooth, works perfectly fine. Of course, you have to replace the batteries, but there we go. So it is playable. Honestly, kind of reminds me of playing Little Nightmares on the Switch. Rather intensive game. I have to say, it's not using all 4 gigs of RAM, but it actually just pushes its GPU. Very rare that I max out the GPU at 100% utilization in a game like this. Interesting nonetheless. We are on 590 Open Kernel Module graphics driver, so there are other factors that could be playing into this. I think it is safe to assume that if I were to buy this game, though, that I could at least play through and enjoy it. If I could get it running at 1080p by changing some of the settings, that'd be great. See, that right there should be happening. Yep. Absolute epic mode. What a terrific game. I'm gonna have to do more testing on that later because it's pretty ridiculous. I'm gonna answer your question. I use vanilla Arch Linux 95% of the time, but I do test other distros on my secondary drive. With that being said, chat, I do apologize. For those of you that are new to the channel, welcome. Like I said, feel free to stop at any time. I'm gonna be live again later, but I do have to go. But we're gonna continue our Resident Evil marathon later. So hopefully we're gonna get into. I'm thinking about playing through Resident Evil 1. A GOG again. So appreciate it. Thank you guys once again. Discord's in the description, by the way. Anybody that wants to join it, got over 200 members in there. I would love to have you. And I will be back later. Till then.